issued a statement on Truth Social. Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame. And what a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. That's wild.
Tehran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a
Oh, he's about to read it. Okay, I'll just...
should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Whoa, 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 whoa. He says immediately. I'm not making this up.
Yeah, this is everybody talking about it here.
They're about to blow Tehran up?
Too. Trump says everyone should immediately evacuate. Maybe he knows about an impending Israeli operation. That's probably what it could be. He knows some crazy shit is about to happen.
Now, someone said I'm overreacting. President of the United States just said everyone should immediately evacuate Iran.
Amazing footage showing the launch of the ballistic missiles from Iran against Israel. Wait, this is in Dubai? Holy shit, look at them all. Could they realistically hit a satellite at that height? I don't know. I don't even know if they actually exit the atmosphere. And my understanding is that exiting the atmosphere is the main, that's the main thing that's really hard for them to do.
That's from Iran to Israel.
They do? Oh, okay. Well, then maybe they could. I have no idea. Holy shit, man. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
8 people have been killed and dozens injured in the latest round of missile strikes launched by Iran. Israel's National Emergency Service says multiple locations were hit on Monday morning. Explosions
Watching a chat slap each other is funny. I do want to say that, like, I view this as, like, kind of a good thing, that we have a lot of people in here that are very pro-Israel and other people that are very anti-Israel. I think it goes to show that, you know, like, we have a open, you know, an open chat, and, you know, people are able to disagree with each other and have the opinions that they choose to have. And so, yeah, that's what's going to continue happening. There's a lot of very mixed opinions about this. And nobody's, like, I mean, you'll get banned if you're like, oh, let's kill everybody in this country. Like, I mean, I have to ban you for that. But, like, other than that, you can say whatever you want. You can have whatever opinion you want. Yeah, it's not an echo chamber. Yeah, there's a lot of people that disagree.
Seen in the coastal city of Haifa, where missiles hit near an oil refinery. Central Israel's power grid was also damaged in the latest of the back and forth strikes over the weekend. Israeli officials say at least 23 people have now been killed since Iran's retaliation began.
Jesus.
Meanwhile, in Iran, at least 224 people have been killed in Israeli airstrikes since Friday. That's according to the country's Ministry of Health. The IDF vows that their strikes will only get more intense from here. But Iran's president says the country's response will escalate as well, putting more innocent lives at risk.
Yep.
Israel knows no boundaries. They intrude wherever they want with permission from America.
I mean, bro, you want nuclear weapons. I mean, I don't know. You trying to kill people? I'm doing good. I'm just looking at the Iran-Israel stuff. And there's another video after this.
We are by no means seeking to expand the war, but naturally, as our army, our power...
This is what I've noticed a lot, and I'll say this again. It seems pretty evident that a lot of Iranian hate, or the Iranian government hating America, is because Israel is an extension of America. Like, if Israel wasn't in the picture and Israel, like, for some reason didn't exist, would Iran still have the same hate for America? I don't really think so. I mean, I'm sure they'd still hate us for sure, but it wouldn't even be nearly as precise and demonstrated. Absolutely not. Well, I'm sure they wouldn't like. No. What I'm saying, like, I don't think they would be calling us the Great Satan as much, because we're on the other side of the world. They'd be more worried about their current local problems. It's just, I mean, what are we thinking about?
IRGC and our dear people have shown appropriate responses have been given so far. The more they try to escalate, naturally, the responses will become tougher and more severe.
I'm surprised that I have any pushback for this topic. Wouldn't it be obvious that if the main antagonist in the region that you're dealing with is being propped up by another really big country, that would be one of the causal reasons that you hate that big country? And if that wasn't there, then there would be less reasons. I mean, I feel like it's logic, right? I don't know how, like, I mean, if you break this down and you think about it just logically, of course it makes sense.
More innocent people may lose their lives.
Jeremy Diamond was at the scene of one missile strike in Tel Aviv and filed this report just a short while ago.
I'm at the site of an Iranian ballistic missile attack in central Tel Aviv. This ballistic missile struck this area in the early hours of this morning, severely damaging 3 residential buildings right behind me. As you can see, in this whole street is littered with debris as rescue crews move in and out, still trying to assess the damage, to find anybody who might be trapped under the rubble, and also to get people out of their apartments.
Remind me about watching the Jets video after this, okay? After this video, I'll watch the Jets thing.
Also folks who have arrived here to try and get back inside to get some of their belongings and to make sure that their loved ones are okay. This is one of 4 ballistic missile attack sites in central Tel Aviv alone. In addition, there was a ballistic missile attack in northern Israel, in Haifa as well. More than 70 people were injured in these attacks, according
I think I saw this one
Magen
earlier.
David Adom, Israel's National Rescue Services. And of course, we are seeing that these attacks are continuing to escalate, and concern is rising here in Israel about the number of casualties and how many more may come. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Tel Aviv.
Yeah, you don't have any military intelligence information, not locally or globally. You don't know how these connections work together. Based off of your grammar, neither do you. So you have plenty of people that want to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. But, like, I mean, again, so there's 2 universes, right? You are either understanding and knowing classified information and bringing it up in a Twitch chat for an argument, or you're a shit-talking retard that knows just as much as everybody else does, and you just have a different opinion on it. I wonder which one it is.
Let's dig deeper. CNN's Paula Hancock is now joining me from
His chat's going 1, 2.
Abu Dhabi. Paula, thanks for being with me again. We appreciate it. Things are moving so quickly.
You're right. If we were streaming War Thunder, the first option would be more likely.
Across the region. Tell me, what is the latest that you're seeing now?
Well, Ben, we are seeing the casualty figures going up in Israel, for example, now at 23. The early hour barrage of hundreds of missiles from Iran did hit a number.
I mean, like 23, that's horrible, but still, that's way less than like a barrage of missiles, and only 23 people died. That's good. I mean, that's not good, but it could have been a lot more.
Of different areas. Tel Aviv, as Jeremy was.
Do people really get their news and politics opinions from out? No, but we get our news and politics. Yeah.
Showing you there, and also central Israel and some of the coastal areas as well.
And then you form your own opinions from
now
that.
we know that in Haifa, for example, alongside the coast, that.
Or you could watch the news. That's way better. Do you watch the news?
City, there are still fires burning in some areas. There were some.
I would highly recommend the news because they always tell the truth, and they never go one side or the other. They usually tell only the truth.
That hit,
or
at least one hit close to an oil refinery in.
Well, I thought it
Haifa.
actually hit the refinery. I mean, when I saw the video, it looked like there were a lot of there was a lot of cascading fires and explosions after the missile hit. I think they hit the refinery, didn't they? It sure seems like they did.
Itself. Now, a number of residential buildings across the country have been impacted. We understand from authorities that most of the missiles are being intercepted, but we are seeing that a number are getting through, certainly Tehran by far.
I mean, if I look at this, I've been paying attention to this and watching this every single day for hours every day. Iran is getting more and more missile strikes through every single day. This is undeniable. Why is that? It's hard to know, but the outcome is very evident.
hundreds of missiles at the same time is hoping to overwhelm and overpower the missile defense systems of Israel. Now, when it comes to what is happening in Iran, we are seeing panicked residents in Tehran try to get out of the city. That we have seen gridlock on the roads heading north, a more rural and isolated area many people are trying to get to. Gas stations are overcrowded as well, as many are trying to escape the areas they believe.
You updated some of the chat moderation to help keep bots out? Hell yeah. Yeah, I never messed with that. Just kind of do it myself.
May be more dangerous.
Why does Aswingle think he's a journalist? He doesn't. He never said that he was.
Now, we've heard from the Israeli military,
not a surprise there,
that Iranian residents should move away and evacuate if they live anywhere near a weapons production facility, because they say that that is a target. This was announced on Sunday. Okay. And then just a matter of hours later, an announcement came from the Iranian authorities telling Israeli residents to move and evacuate if they are anywhere near the Israeli
How dare you react to the news on stream?
military. So both sides still claiming that they are targeting the military infrastructure of the other country. But clearly we are seeing residents and civilians are being impacted.
It's very hard to say, like, who's targeting more civilians, because Iran has killed less civilians, but it seems like they're bombing more indiscriminately, but the missiles get intercepted. And there have been more Iranian citizens that have died, but that's because Israel doesn't have as many of its bombs getting intercepted. So it's very hard to say. You kidding me?
And they're hitting specific targets.
Really? Well, it's worth discussing and bringing up, yeah.
Showing no sign of backing down. What's their end game? Some say regime change. For others, they say it's about eliminating Iran's nuclear capabilities completely.
We've set them back dramatically, but not enough. And that's why this series of strikes is not going to end today or tomorrow, but only at a period of time, which may take weeks, when we are absolutely certain that the nuclear infrastructure.
Yo, that's wild. Never mind. I can't really say it, but like I did a thing and this dude was there. He must be really important.
With the intention of weaponizing and threatening Israel is terminated.
What's clear?
I don't see that being the end of it. I don't, because even their prime minister Netanyahu said yesterday that the missiles and the nuclear stuff was only half of the problem. It was also because they had ICBMs. Yeah, like, so, I mean, I feel like that's not even true. Like, do you remember when he said that yesterday?
Here is that this is a conflict that has the potential to lead to a broader regional war with the risk of pulling in major powers, including the U.S. The Trump administration is already walking a major diplomatic tightrope. Joining me now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, as always, welcome back. I want to start with the sort of physical battle. At first, it was the military leaders, nuclear facilities. How has this changed over the last even 48 hours?
They also took out some of the Iranian scientists in civilian areas, which meant civilian casualties.
Yeah.
We're seeing them expand a bit to energy facilities.
The Israelis?
The Israelis.
Yeah.
On the Iranian side, last time they volleyed missiles at Israel in April 2024, they stuck to military sites. This time they're using a lot less care, and according to the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, they are using dumb missiles, ones that can't be guided. But Iran only had 2,000 some odd ballistic missiles to begin with.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's because
That reminds me of like people calling smartphones dumb phones. Well, I got a dumb phone. It's not very smart. I fucking hate when people say that.
I grew up playing Metal Gear Solid, and I watched like 9/11 happen and everything. But like every time that I hear something like that, and someone says, "Oh, they're using these dumb missiles."
Oh, he's talking about it. Oh, okay.
That are ending up hitting these residential spots.
Oh, just kidding. Okay, no, he's talking about missiles. He's not talking about phones. JK.
I don't know. I mean, like,
Got excited.
The dumb missiles, what they mean is they're not guided with like what I'm assuming is that they're not like guided by like a satellite or remotely or anything like that. Because they're choosing which missiles to shoot down, right? Is there a probability, is there a possibility that they are letting some missiles get through, letting them hit residential areas, so it looks like they're being attacked and Iran is bombing them indiscriminately? Is that possible? I don't know.
We don't quite know how many
YouTube chat been wilding out today, bro.
drones, and they have to preserve them because much of their leadership has been taken out, much of their air defenses have been taken out, and now every time they move a launch platform to try to hide from the Israelis,
I don't think that's the most likely outcome.
Crazy.
But I don't, in general, like, this is how I see it. It's very obvious that Israel wants to look like, they want to look like they're being attacked and their civilians are being killed, because that's what's going to get more people in the West to support them. And whenever somebody has an interest that aligns with an outcome, when that outcome happens, I am suspicious of how it happened. And that is
Sure.
and by the way,
And that message wasn't even really that weird. I'm not even gonna lie. That was probably a better message.
think about how
Usually it's just like
I'm speaking in generalities.
This is pretty bad.
I'm not even talking about this specific thing. I'm saying in general, when coincidence and personal gain converge in a lot of cases, and at least you should approach it from this perspective, sometimes it's not a coincidence. That's all I'm saying. I don't even know if it's true. But I feel like I bring this stuff up because a lot of the other people that say this kind of stuff that I'm saying are crazy. And it's like they're like so ideologically captured by like one side, it's not really worth taking them seriously. That's a base take. Rarity on the internet. Yeah, Israel won't do it. Well, that's a lot of top tier. That's a top tier country that praises life, not death. Sure, and that country fights for each hostage. They wouldn't let their people die. Netanyahu is measured by its people. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I think that it's important to keep your guard up and to remain analytical, and not to let scenes like this shift your logical thinking. I think that anytime somebody, this is again just the way that I feel, but anytime that a person tries to subvert my logical thinking and then reframe it into emotional thinking, the majority of times, and I'm talking like 95% of the majority of times, probably higher, the reason why is to get me to agree to something that is not logically in my best interest. That's it. You're talking about fear-mongering? Yeah, I am. And so, of course, I think like this. So anytime that I see something like this, my guard immediately goes up.
Israelis are watching and taking those out.
Now, this means a lot of people are saying that this is the right time to go for regime change. The reporting over the weekend, we have it at CNN as well, that the White House decided not to go for to kill Iran's supreme leader, be part of that. What would regime change mean in this moment? Is Iran just that vulnerable? What is the question the White House is facing?
Well, the Israelis would like regime change. Netanyahu has said as much, but from the Trump administration perspective, the only reason to say no to the Israelis to taking out the supreme leader is to preserve the opportunity to go back to those talks, to use this good cop, bad cop that Israel...
because if you kill him, then that card is off the table. And you can't negotiate with it anymore. Like, I've always had this mindset, like, you know, when I was a kid, like, I played Magic the Gathering a lot. And I always remember, like, I played drafts, and I did very well. I would win drafts regularly on Friday Night Magic. And I realized that there's a lot of psychology that goes into that, especially like playing card games. And having a card in your hand is always better than playing it when you don't have to. And it's like you never use leverage unless you can utilize it in the most efficient way. So, of course, they don't want to kill the main guy because that's like losing your queen in chess. That's your main thing that you can do.
Israel is taking out all...
Yeah, holding a land like it's a counter. Yeah, you're playing against a blue deck. They have a card in their hand. Is it an island or is it a counter spell? You don't know. A red deck. Is it a fireball or is it a mountain? You don't know.
Iran's military, but also economic might.
Is that magic?
To survive,
That's how I think.
And
Magic, like magic playing cards?
and saying, okay,
Magic the
you've
Gathering.
got to
Geek
negotiate
shake.
with
Okay.
us to keep your people fed. And keeping the supreme leader alive preserves that possibility, but I think it underestimates the pride of the Iranian regime having been taken out like this. I don't think they'll be back to peace talks anytime soon.
Yeah, we've heard so much from about Israel and the idea of the Operation Roaring Lion, but I actually was thinking about something else, which is this idea of like the octopus doctrine, that Iran was at the center of something with many tentacles that was always threatening to Israel. What do you see now with this latest proactive attack on Iran? How far has Israel gone in doing what it hoped to do?
Well, one of the reasons Israel couldn't do this before is there were hundreds of missiles in Lebanon pointed at major Israeli cities. It would have been much worse than the volley that we've seen hit Haifa and some of the suburbs of Tel Aviv so far this time around. But by taking Hezbollah out in Lebanon and by taking other proxies out, Yemen still has...
And you can see how Israel had a long-term plan to make this happen. I think Israel's plan was always to bomb Iran. And I think that them destroying their satellite defense groups like Hezbollah was all part of and in service of that goal.
Has capability, but they're far away. They have really allowed this kind of attack to go forward. And this is one of the reasons pushing them into this attack. Never again would Iran be so undefended. So from the Israeli perspective, they have made their country safer, even if they're going to be facing this volley of missiles in the coming weeks.
And even now, it's not clear where Iran would turn to, correct, for any kind of support.
Arab leaders are speaking in favor of Iran, even Saudi Arabia calling them brothers, because in the Arab and Islamic street, people are furious over this. And even though the White House is trying to say, we didn't take part in this attack, they're still being seen as part and parcel and backing this violence against Iran, especially because...
Anything bad that Israel does will be blamed on the United States, because I think that it is a generally understood reality that Israel acts usually under the direction or awareness or allowance of the United States.
They're protecting Israel.
You know, Kim, thank you so much. Always a lot of context when I speak with you. I appreciate it.
The 50s. Give me a second. Yeah, and so Israel's been looking forward to step up to Iran for most of the 2000s. I can guarantee you U.S. or other countries has one somewhere. Part of the military's job is make a bunch of plans for potential situations might happen in the future. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the smart thing that you would do, right? I mean, of course you would do that. I mean, if you didn't do that, you'd be a fucking moron. And so anyway, no, this is what's obviously been happening for a while. And I will look at the jets as well, but it seems like very clearly, and they're even saying it's going to be even worse today. Are you a Jew in disguise? Am I a Jew? So this is the video. This is the big video. This is the one I was going to watch. I obviously, probably by the time this one is over, the rocket strikes will have already been at least beginning to happen. And so they did another interview today, and this is where obviously this is in English. It is, again, probably, done in order to reach American audiences. Are you a Jew in disguise? Am I a Jew? As far as I know, I have literally zero Jewish heritage. But as far as I know, it is a literal fucking goose egg. Literally zero. You look Irish and German? Good one. And Scottish, too. That's the third one. But yeah, those are the main three. Gold, yes. Anybody that has gold in anything, that automatically means it's a Jew. No, it does not. No, that's not it at all. Yes, I've seen the Asmon Goldstein, the Asmon Goldberg stuff. Listen, guys, I've seen all of it. Okay, I think it's funny. I do. It's funny. I don't take offense to it. It's just funny to me. Here we go.
The news that has just come in, the Wall Street Journal.
This came out this morning. Like actually just a couple of hours ago.
Is reporting that Iran has been urgently signaling that it wants to end hostilities and to resume talks over its nuclear program. According to the journal, they have been sending messages to Israel and the United States via Arab intermediaries. Have you received that message from the Iranians?
Well, not directly, but I'm not surprised. I mean, they want to continue to have these fake talks in which they lie, they cheat, they string the U.S. along, and you know, we have very solid intel on that.
Yeah, that's the reason why they killed them in the middle of negotiations, is they thought they were getting bullshitted. Yeah, it's obviously
why. They want to keep on building their nuclear weapons and building their mass ballistic missile arsenal, which they're firing at our people. They want to continue.
Says him. Yeah, obviously it says him. But like that's their line of reasoning, and it makes sense.
Continue to create the two existential threats against Israel while they're talking. That's not going to happen. You know, we're not at the 11th hour.
Keep what he said in mind. He said two existential threats. Nuclear is only one of those threats. So even if Iran denukes and they sign all of this denuclearization thing, this will still not absolve them of the problem that Israel has with them. So like getting to a nuclear agreement will not completely solve this.
We're at the 12th hour, and we stopped. We
yeah,
acted to secure the life of the nation, and we're going to continue until we remove the two existential threats: the nuclear threat and the threat of 20,000 ballistic missiles that are equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. So they want to stop and keep it, but we are committed to removing those threats.
So if you were an I don't really know, right? I mean, a lot of this stuff is like, it's very hard to assume intent, but there are a lot of people that like, I mean, if I was going to read this and read into this with a person who has a mind that is
But do they have 20,000 ballistic missiles, or are they trying to build them?
Anti-Israel, I would say that they're hedging their bets. So even if Iran does come to the table with the nuclear, you know, like treaties and everything, that Israel can still have a justification to continue bombing them and continue attacking them. Do you see kind of like where that's coming from? They already had a nuclear agreement? Yeah, but they didn't do it.
So I think what I hear you saying quite clearly is there will be no end to the Israeli...
Wait, they already had a nuclear agreement and they didn't do it? Why would they do it the second time?
Bombing of Iran until you have accomplished your objective here. You're not going to stop.
Objectives. Multiple. There are 2 objectives.
Peace talks.
Well, look, we had the peace talks. We gave it a chance. We've, you know...
They gave peace a chance, and man, I am so glad I played that game. I think about that game once every 3 days, if not more. And now they're giving war a chance. Oh my god. Yep. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. That shit was crazy.
Clenched our teeth. We did everything we could to enable President Trump to negotiate the desired result, and that would have been preferable for us, and I think for everyone. But we saw in the course of the negotiations, while they were negotiating with the United States, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, tweeted almost every day, "Death to Israel." The talks were merely a facade, and we absolutely...
Tweeted?
I can't believe in this day and age, you have world leaders that are like fucking getting mad about tweets. They're like, oh yeah, oh, you're saying you want to negotiate with us? Well, then why are you tweeting that you want to blow up our country? Like, isn't that insane? Stalin, yeah. Like, what would Hitler be tweeting?
Could be achieved with the negotiations, fine, but it wasn't being achieved, so we had to act to safeguard our existence. You would do the same.
Can you imagine that?
But over the weekend, we heard from President Trump on Truth Social.
I guess I can find out. Just pull up Kanye's Twitter.
Israel should make a deal and will make a deal. We will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. So
surely.
If President Trump asked you to stop
the
bombing campaign to resume these talks, would you do it?
Well, President Trump has been a great leader of the world, and a great leader and a great friend of Israel. And he put forward the terms very clearly in the negotiations. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And in order for it not to have a nuclear weapon, it cannot have the capacity to enrich uranium, which is the prerequisite for nuclear weapons. Iran refused. It just refuses all the time. It cheats, and it continues to try to weaponize the enriched uranium they already have. They have 9 atom bombs worth of enriched uranium. They're working secretly, as we shared with the United States. They're working secretly to rapidly weaponize this. In a few months, they would have nuclear bombs. That's what they wanted.
And I think this type of language doesn't work as well anymore because, again, a lot of the people that are voting age in America remember hearing this about Iraq. And Saddam Hussein, oh, we've got to go over there and do that. You see what I'm saying? He didn't answer? Yeah, he did. Yeah, and also keep in mind, he did not answer that. WMDs again? Yeah, and the thing is that it could be a boy who cried wolf situation. He could be telling the truth now, but the problem is that when people have been alienated through lies, the truth looks like a lie. It's like you have false negatives and you also have false positives.
They want to continue stringing the U.S. along, build up those weapons.
Yo, what up, Charles?
They don't want a seat at the table. They want to blow up the table. Well, specifically, they want to blow up Israel and purchase time. And I think the U.S. shares the intel. I know they share the intel because we share intel with each other. If it's fake talks, obviously not. If Iran will relinquish the means to destroy our country, then obviously it's preferable to anything else. But that hasn't happened.
Keep in mind that there are two very different goals. America's goal is preventing Iran from having nuclear weapons. Israel's goal is preventing Iran from having nuclear weapons, preventing them from having ballistic missiles and regime change. As a third tertiary goal that's not... The main thing are the missiles and the bombs. So even if they get the nuclear deal passed, it's not like Israel is going to be like, well, we like Iran now. You see what I'm saying?
And frankly, I doubt it's going to happen now.
But he said Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal. How do you explain that disconnect? He seems very optimistic, in fact, seeming like he wants you to get back to the table and get back to the table now. You're saying there's no getting back to the table until the goals of the bombing campaign are achieved.
Well, if the goals could be achieved through negotiations, fine. I said that to the president when I saw him in Washington. That didn't happen in the 2 months of negotiations that President Trump gave them. Right now, they thought that they could get away with it. They found that our very decisive and very precise military action against their nuclear program, against their ballistic missile program, is effective. So now they want to stop it and continue on the side to continue to develop those two means of mass death that are meant to wipe Israel off the map. And this is a battle, that we have to assure is won.
I don't think you can prevent countries from developing nuclear weapons perpetually. Eventually, more and more countries will get technology and develop them. I'm curious how such a future will look. I think you're right, actually. Yeah, I think it will only become more evident as technology and AI evolves. You're right about that. But you can and you can stop it by doing this, and this is clearly what they're trying to do. Nuclear weapons stop wars. Well, and here's the thing, and I've heard people say this, is that none of this would have happened if Iran had a nuke in the first place. But other people say that, well, if Iran had a nuke in the first place, it wouldn't have happened because it would have already blown up Israel.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know. It's hard to know the future.
That's what I was thinking too.
If it could be won diplomatically, fine. Frankly, it didn't happen diplomatically, and we had to act because we're not going to put our neck on a nuclear, to a nuclear knife and let them destroy us. We're fighting this larger war against this oppressive regime that has oppressed the Iranian people for 46 years, that has spread mayhem, violence, and terror throughout the Middle East and well beyond. They tried to assassinate President Trump twice. They tried to kill me twice. They actually had their proxies shoot a drone right into my bedroom window. They're targeting every one of our ministers, key ministers, for death. So they speak a good line, but they don't walk the walk. And again...
What? I mean, you think that's not true? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I could imagine it to be true. I mean, like, there's no citation involved here. I'm not sure. Do you think Iran would have nuked them because Palestinians would be affected as well? I don't know if Iran wants that, to be honest. I don't know.
They don't just want to look at it. It's not. They're not just gonna be like, "Ooh, pretty."
Nuke Israel if they had a nuke. Everything that Iran has said,
and like, also, why do they want it so bad?
Indicates that they would.
Because they want to bomb some shit.
Like, they have never said anything that isn't, we will destroy Israel.
We have to remove that threat, and I think it's a larger battle. It's a battle of civilization against barbarism. This regime is the cult of death. Don't make any mistakes about it.
I agree with him there. And I think that you can tell that it's a death cult when the people get killed and then Iranian fucking officials say they were martyred. That's absolutely death cult language. 100%.
And sometimes, you know, the forces of civilization have to act before it's too late. We did. And we're going to remove those threats against our existence one way or the other. The Jewish people haven't traveled over time this great odyssey of 3,500 years with some of the worst tragedies meted out to any people during their existence. We're not going to have a second Holocaust. We'll do.
This is, somebody's got to tell them to stop bringing this shit up. Because I just feel like
somebody's got to tell him to stop bringing up the Holocaust
again. Yeah, I mean, I maybe I shouldn't call them bringing up the Holocaust or Hitler ulting, but I guess that's something I just started saying yesterday. But I think that is the way a lot of people feel about it, one way or another.
Whatever is necessary to prevent that. And President Trump has been a terrific friend and a terrific leader, and I trust his judgment, and we have, together, we know what needs to be done in order to assure that those two twin threats to our very survival, to the survival and the peace of the world, are removed.
So are you going to target the Supreme Leader?
Bro, he just waits for that shit to happen. Yeah, okay, so are you going to blow him up or not? Yeah, sure. Straight to the point. Yeah. You trust his judgment? Yeah, you don't listen? Well, I'm not trusting it. Like, I'm thinking about this myself. What is this here? IRGC spokesman says the 9th wave of Operation True Promise 3 began moments ago and will continue uninterrupted until dawn. Okay, well, that means we can probably expect to see some bombs really, really soon, because that's the Iranian attack initiative.
The peace of the world are removed.
So are you going to target the Supreme Leader?
Oh.
Look, we're doing what we need to do. I'm not going to get into the details.
Maybe.
Has he answered a single one of these questions straight out?
No.
'Cause I feel like every single time this guy gets asked a question, he answers something else.
But we've targeted their top nuclear scientists. It's basically Hitler's nuclear team. You know, we got them. We still have work to do on other sites. We have targeted their ballistic missile manufacturing facilities. Understand this. You see these bombs. You saw a single bomb. It's a one-ton bomb, John, dropping on Tel Aviv and other places, causing killing men, women, and children. They're deliberately targeting our population. We're not doing that. We're targeting their military sites, their nuclear sites.
Keep in mind that even if this is true, it should also be noted that the death toll from Iranians to Israelis is, for every one Israeli that's been killed as a citizen or civilian, 10 Iranians at least have been killed.
Their ballistic missile sites, so they don't have 20,000 of these that no country could survive with. Yeah, they want
population, bro. You're right. You're right, and all of these things, but it's not as one-dimensional as it's being displayed. It's not. Like, I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to add context because I think that it's important to know that.
I continue stringing us along, but, you know, there's a limit, because if we don't act now, there won't be a 13th hour. So we have to act. But what I'm saying is that we're not merely protecting ourselves. We're protecting everybody. We're protecting our Arab neighbors. with whom we want to expand the peace, as we did under President Trump's leadership in the Abraham Accords. That will be possible if Iran is defanged. We're also protecting the world. They have ballistic missiles that can now reach deep into Europe and soon could reach the United States. And imagine what this regime that caused death to America every time, that bombed your American embassies, that murdered 241 Marines in Beirut, that killed and injured thousands of American servicemen in Iraq and Afghanistan, that tried to blow up a restaurant in Washington, that burns the American flag. You want these people to have nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to your cities? Today it's Tel Aviv, tomorrow it's New York.
This is what a lot of people are saying, right? And I think that's talking about Gaza. Well, no, what I'm saying is that he's not wrong. I think that nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This is a definitive reality. But I also at the same time think that a lot of the reasons why we have all these problems with Iran is because we're over in the Middle East. Should we be over in the Middle East doing all of this shit in the first place? I think there's a lot of people that would say no. Like, I'm one of them, honestly. Like, I am. I think that we've intervened and we've intermingled and tried to fuck with them for so many years. It's inevitable that bad things like this will happen. You don't need to? Yeah.
I understand America first. I don't understand America dead. That's what these people want. They chant death to America. So we're doing something that is in the service of mankind, of humanity, and it's a battle of good against evil. America should and does stand with the good. That's what President Trump is doing, and I deeply appreciate his support.
But U.S. officials tell...
Yeah, and I think that that's the messaging that is working, I think, with some Americans, is that they think that Iran will bomb the U.S. if it can. And to be fair, I mean, I don't think that's completely untrue either. I mean, there's a good chance it is true. It will? Yeah, I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I've said this before. Like, if Israel prevents Iran from having a nuclear weapon, everybody wins.
Hell yeah.
It is in no one's best interest that Iran has a nuclear weapon.
No.
Plus, the
no
president flatly rejected...
By the way, including Iran's. Because if Iran's nutball, crazy, religious, fucking bullshit government goes out and uses a nuclear weapon, they will make an enemy of the majority of the world. And they will pretty much sign the death warrant for probably millions of their citizens the moment they use a nuclear weapon. So even if they get a nuclear weapon, it's even bad for Iran.
A plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the Supreme.
You believe that? Are you dumb? Yeah, I do. I do believe that. I think if any country used a nuclear weapon, they would immediately lose favor and support from the majority of their allies and make an enemy of the majority of the Western world instantaneously. Any country? Yeah, like even if, like, for example, China did or Russia did, I could see if one of those countries did it, I could see the other country immediately condemning it. In the U.S. too. Just a sec, sorry.
Leader, do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants. And they're bringing us to the brink of nuclear war. In fact, what Israel is doing is preventing this, bringing an end to this aggression. And we can only do so by standing up to the forces of evil. Look, democracies have had to learn this lesson. You know, they faced a tyrannical regime, a radical, fanatic regime.
This is
for 40 years. For 40 years, I've been saying, actually 3 years after the establishment of this radical Islamist Ayatollah regime in Tehran, I said that the greatest danger, not only to the survival of my country, but to the peace of the world, is Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. And they are on the brink of achieving that. So imagine what they're doing now without nuclear weapons. chanting death to America without nuclear weapons. Imagine what will happen if they had nuclear weapons and the ICBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, to deliver it to every place on Earth. We're preventing the most horrific war imaginable, and we're bringing peace to the Middle East. And I believe that after our action, we're going to be able to bring the Middle East to new heights that nobody even imagined. You know, make the Middle East great again. Make it truly.
Man, they're really going all in on this one, huh? This is a whole lot.
A lot of American language.
Yeah, he may be right, but I have a hard time believing any nation is that suicidal. I mean, again, I mean, they whenever one of their people gets killed, they say they were martyred. I mean, like, that's nutball stuff. I mean, it is that's nutball stuff to do. Yeah, his argument. What's this here?
I think a lot of people think we shouldn't get involved. I think a lot of people are against it.
Could be said.
And a lot of people just want Israel to make sure that they don't have nukes. Like, can you guys deal with that?
Of any country wouldn't use nukes. Trying to project your distaste for the American left, weaponizing the term Hitler with Israel's leaders uses it. Regardless how you feel about Netanyahu.
That's wild. I can't believe he said make Middle East great again. That's wild.
Their lens is different than ours of own in the West. Yeah, but their lens
He's like, Americans, I'm talking to you, Americans.
doesn't override my own. Like, if I don't feel that way, I don't have like a moral obligation to automatically agree with them just because they're Jewish. I mean, that's crazy. Like, I'm going to have my own viewpoint on this myself.
Great. Have expand the peace with the Abraham Accords, expand them beyond our belief and imagination, have trade routes, communication routes, energy routes,
Well, he had made a video already addressing, I mean, it seemed like the Israeli people, and then I think he made this one addressing the American people. Like, because he had these, I think they're two separate interviews.
Trade, tourism, between Israel and our Arab neighbors, just as we've done under the Abraham Accords. All of that will be possible if we take away, defang Iran.
Or Prime Minister, there were two interviews with Prime Minister.
Its capacity to threaten everyone, not only us with our existence, but the regimes and our Arab neighbors and everyone else. This will bring the peace that we all hope for. And this will bring also the assurance of survival and a future for Israel and everyone else.
So it sounds to me like you're saying you disagreed with President Trump on this, on saying that taking out the supreme leader would be a mistake. What else would you like from the United States? I mean, the United States could provide.
Well, John, I wouldn't rush to conclusions. Yeah.
Well, he said that it would escalate the conflict. You said it wouldn't. And now I'm asking you, what more would you like from President Trump?
The outcome of killing the supreme leader is unknown. Nobody knows what's going to happen, but it's too big of a wild card to play unless you absolutely have to. And also, the moment that you kill the supreme leader is the moment that you can't kill the supreme leader. So you lose that leverage. Of course they're not going to kill him unless they have to, because that's like that's one of their nuclear options.
The United States here. Do you expect that the U.S. Air Force will help you take out that facility in Fordo?
We've gotten tremendous help from President Trump. American pilots are shooting down drones that are aimed at our cities, along with our pilots.
Right.
We have 2 THAAD batteries and
I heard from the Fox News the United States has superior bunker busting missiles that could help destroy Iran's. Yeah. They talked about that in the other interview. The interviewer actually asked him, "Did you get any of those bunker busting missiles from the U.S.?" And then I mean, like, obviously he's not gonna answer that, so he kind of deflected it. But I would think so.
In Israel, that are helping bring down these murderous missiles. We have Aegis ships that are helping us, and it's deeply appreciated. As far as What else America will do, that's up to President Trump. He will do what's in the best interest of the United States.
Yeah.
But it's important to understand that we deeply appreciate
Well, no one's sending Americans to die for Israel yet. No one's made a decision.
his help and the support of the
We're just sending weapons.
great majority of the American people, because
I feel like that's all we should send. Just send some weapons. Don't send people.
Why is this all on us? Like, I mean, you know, he said a minute ago that the people that are
And even that, I feel like you guys got it under control.
really
kinda.
at risk of Iran is immediately Europe. Where the fuck is Europe? Why are we responsible for this whole fucking thing? And by the way, France has been helping Israel. They have been. But like a lot of these other countries are not. I mean, yeah, it seems so weird that like
I feel like this is just from like all the years of us being responsible for everything always. That people just feel like what we should be responsible.
America is always seen as the
And it's like I feel like we're like, nah, not anymore.
you know, we have to sort out all of these problems.
Like, nah, dude.
Seems a little bit unfucking fair.
It's your problem.
Especially when Europe stands to lose. Like, yeah, maybe Iran is going to attack us first, but I mean, I'm pretty sure like these terrorist groups have killed people in Europe too. Get out of jail free card? Yeah, it's like all of this stuff is de facto our responsibility. I'll tell you, Sweden at least is selling weapons to both sides and doing all kinds of shady crap in the background. I don't know. Don't blame Netanyahu for the reporter's questions. He just answers. Well, I'm not.
Or like the police of the world, for example, the UN only works because we joined. They just tried the same thing in World War One, but we didn't join, and that shit failed. Oh, I mean, yeah, but the American people don't want to be like a part of everything anymore. Even though we are like the big
Germany and the UK
superpower.
are helping too. Somebody's saying Germany's giving them weapons. I don't know the extent of that. If I do, I've never read anything about it.
They understand what we're fighting against. We're fighting against a regime that hates us both, that is trying to assassinate us both, that is trying to bring death and destruction throughout the Middle East and to the world. And sometimes you have to take a stand.
I always joke the last time we tried to be isolated, World War I and II broke out. Is that true? Shit.
And you take a stand with the good.
How much estrogen have you taken today? A lot. I usually take like 2 or 3 gallons before I start my day.
Against evil, and that's precisely what America is doing under President Trump. It's also bringing freedom, possibility of freedom to the people of Iran, the long-suffering, brilliant people of Iran. And you know, they're murdering their women. You remember that brave woman who was shot to death, left to bleed to death on the sidewalk in Iran because she uncovered her hair. She didn't cover her hair. Well, I have a woman pilot in my staff who worked on my staff.
It's not. They're nutballs. They're religious nutballs. They are. I mean, really, it's that simple. Like, I mean, I think anybody that looks at it in any other angle, in any other direction, is true. They're crazy. They're nuts. Who the fuck does this?
Who's now?
That's not all of Iran. Not only is it not all of Iran, it is the minority of Iran that is even Muslim at all. 30 to 40% of Iranians are Muslim now.
At first I was like, well, how are they in power? And then I was like, oh, they kill you. Gotcha.
So I understand that. I'm not blaming the people. The people have nothing to fucking do with this. It's the government. Those are the nutballs.
Yeah, the Iranian government. The people who were fucking trying to make nukes and say death to Israel and US and shit.
Over the skies
those
of
guys.
Tehran. We control the skies of Tehran. And she's trying to do the things that will prevent this regime from continuing this.
Only 40% really? Yeah. No, you can look it up yourself.
I could see that though, like a small minority group, but they're willing to kill people. And then the majority is like, yo, bro, I don't like fighting. I could see that.
is less than 30%. Well, the support for the government is less than 20%. And the amount of people that they believe are Islamic or religious in that way is 30 to 40%. Those are the two numbers that I remember. I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's it. Around 90% Muslims. Let me go back. I'll go and see. And support is a different story.
Horrible subjugation of the Iranian people and the rest of the neighborhood, the rest of the world. That's the difference. We're fighting for freedom, our own survival, our own freedom, but also for the freedom of everyone else.
Let me ask you, your defense minister, Israel Katz, said that if the Iranians continue to...
99% is Muslim? What was I thinking about with 40%? No, because like I remember what was 40%? Was that the support for the government? It's got to be Shia and Sunni. That's what it could have been. Yeah, apologies if that's what it was. 40% of the 0.2% are Christian. What's wrong with them considering the dead as martyrs? Islam has a different understanding of the word. Well, I think that it's bad because it glorifies being killed, and I think that's bad. I mean, I don't know what else you really want me to say. Yeah, it's that simple. There's 40% approval. Yeah, that could be 40%, 99% according to Iran, 40% according to independent studies. Yeah, because I want to make sure that I get this right. Give me 1 second. So okay, I wasn't completely crazy because I want to pull this up just to contextualize it. Over 99% of Iran's population is Muslims, over 95% being Shia, and 5 to 10% being Sunni. And then this is according to independent studies. Iran showed varied results due to methodological differences. The most cited independent study conducted by the Group for Analyzing and Measuring Attitudes in Iran. In 2020, it surveyed over 50,000 Iranians and found that only 40% identified as Muslim. So that was the thing that I was talking about. But you can see, obviously, you know, in a country where it's illegal to say that, you're going to have a lot more people thinking that way, right? Sounds a lot more right. Yeah, online.
Is it really illegal to say that? Well, that's wild.
Yeah, sure. And so it's very hard to know what's true. And this is the problem. And this is the same thing with like any of these oppressive regimes. Same with like China, Russia, you know, like Hamas support in Palestine, any of these. Whenever not supporting something gets you killed, it's really
you support
hard to
it.
get a good frame of reference of how many people support it. Only 28% viewed it positively, 48%. This is another one. National government, 49%. There's more people, 14%. A lot of them do not support the government, right? And it seems to me like it is very obvious that a lot of them do not support the government. And I think that also the 40% number of the amount of them that are actually like practicing like Muslims is probably closer to reality than the 99% because of how many of them don't support the government either. Because like if the government is religiously aligned with you, you would assume that there would be a much higher rate of support. I could be wrong, but that's just what I'm thinking.
Target Israeli civilians that, quote, Tehran will burn. What does that mean?
Well, I think he made it clear, because it wasn't clear, and he clarified, that what we're doing is targeting regime sites, nuclear sites, military sites, and ballistic missile sites that are embedded in Tehran. Our pilots are very precise. So unlike the Iranian criminal regime, we're telling the people, leave the zone of battle. So that
Didn't the Iranians say the same thing? I thought they did. At least I heard a report about that earlier today.
you're not heard. And in fact, they are leaving, and that's important. And they're evacuating their homes, and that's because of the mad fanaticism, this anti-Semitic mad fanaticism of the Iranian supreme leader. He's like a modern Hitler. He just will not stop. But we're
I think that this language is actually going.
Yeah. Because in this video, in the last video, or no, it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't the last video. Maybe it was the video before that. He used Holocaust, I think, twice, and then Hitler. And then in this video, he's used Hitler like 3 times.
Going to backfire on them. I do. I think it's going to backfire on them in a big way.
Chill, bro.
And I think that I think they've misrepresented and misunderstood where I think a lot of people are coming from in terms of like these different values.
We're going to make sure that he doesn't have the means to carry out his threats.
And let me ask you one more thing. You mentioned the
I wish I had that many ults. Just to, like, never have it off cooldown. Just like ult. Alright. We're gonna do some Yama, and then we're gonna watch this. I'll finish this. We will finish this video after some Yama. Alright, I got it at that, and then boom. Boom.
I've been drinking water for some time, picking up the parts of all my life. Didn't get to solve it this time. How will I to break apart?
Yama D's nuts. Sorry. True though. Like how loud. What are my cats doing? He's like a cartoon cat. He's laying on the couch and he just looks at you and goes, Mike. All right. Come on. Every time we do Yama, I mean, I'm talking every single time. I never change my spellbook. And then we'll wait for like 5 minutes and I'll be like, all right, we're ready. And then I'll just teleport away. Happens every time. Hey, person. Oh, I was gonna wish him good luck. Does this have any non-NCS? No, it does not. Dope. He said, alright, I'll send another kill. It's weird after you play this game for like a certain amount of time. You literally just like no ticks. It's just weird. Tick, 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 tick. I've heard that song so many times. Sorry. Wait, does that mean you're doing it? Too, but then there's also that's me. Okay, here we go.
The support of the American people. There are some prominent supporters of President Trump.
Sorry.
From in terms of
no
support of the American people. There are some prominent supporters of President Trump who say that the United States should not be involved at all. Let me give you, for example, Tucker Carlson, of course, has been close to President Trump for quite some time, speaks to him frequently. He said the United States should not at any level participate in war with Iran. No funding, no American weapons, no troops on the ground.
I have no problem selling Iran or selling Israel weapons. I do have a problem giving them weapons.
There is another option. Drop Israel, let them fight their own wars. What do you say to those supporters of President Trump, some of his supporters, who say the United States should not be involved in any way?
We're not just fighting our enemy, we're fighting your enemy. For God's sake, they chant, death to Israel, death to America. We're simply on their way. And this could reach America soon. I mean, to have these mad mullahs who are committed to destroying us in order to destroy you, to say that they should have nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles to deliver them to you, and to say that that's not your interest, well, we're fighting this war. We're taking the action. America is supporting us in defense, deeply, deeply appreciated. But this is a threat to the entire world. It's a threat to Israel, as I said, to our Arab neighbors, to Europe, to America. They chant death to America. It's though this is not your business. This is not myopia. This is utter blindness. I mean, sometimes you have to take a stand against evil. And that's what the American people instinctively understand, most of them, I have to say. And that's what President Trump understands. We cannot let that happen. We're certainly going to protect ourselves. But in so doing, John, we're protecting everyone else. And we appreciate, deeply appreciate, the help we're getting from the United States of America under President Trump's leadership.
And no.
I think that to a degree that's true, but like to expect us to send over troops and have people go and die for this is a totally different thing. That's a way different thing. Yeah, this will backfire. Most death to America probably stems from America being too involved over the many years. Yeah, I think there's the way. Yeah, we're not fighting anyone else's wars. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I think that the prevailing opinion that's growing every single year in America is that maybe the reason why we have so many problems in the Middle East is because we keep going over to the Middle East and causing problems. I think this is the way a lot of people feel. This is not a minority opinion.
No peace talks at this point. No peace talks till the military objectives are met.
Well, we're going to see if Iran is serious about dismantling their nuclear program, dismantling their missile capacity, dismantling the terror axis that terrorizes everybody in the Middle East and well beyond. If they agree to all of that, obviously, you know, the war could end. If they lay down their arms, they lay down their weapons of mass death, that's different. But so far they haven't done it. And I think the important thing is to make...
It's wild that like the people want that, but they're not going to do it because the government doesn't want that.
The result is achieved. It's not the means, it's the result. The result that has to be achieved is that Iran does not have the capacity to develop nuclear weapons to destroy the state of Israel, as they promised to do, while they're negotiating, to create a ballistic missile arsenal that is equivalent to several atomic bombs while they're negotiating. That's not going to happen. And of course, to continue the proxy war that was meant to basically snuff out the life of the Jewish state. You know, we said never again. This is something we've said since the Holocaust. The Jewish people have suffered under the Iranian proxies the worst massacre since the Holocaust. Now they're planning a nuclear...
Yeah, that's like the 5th time, or the 6th time. He just ulted like 3 times in a row.
Get away with it. If you can achieve it through different means, that's fine. But it's the result that has to count. The result has to be assured, and that's what I'm looking at. You know, David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, was tasked with an extraordinary decision to declare a Jewish state after 2,000 years, and he did. I'm tasked with the great mission of assuring the existence of the Jewish state, and we made that crucial decision in the nick of time. And of course, I think that we're successful because our brave pilots, our brave soldiers, our brave people, you know, under this blitz.
Well, they're successful because the U.S. gives them money and funds them. I mean, would Israel exist if the U.S. wasn't helping them? I don't think so. I mean, that's the main reason why they're successful.
The spirit of the blitz of the British during World War II. This is the spirit we have now in Israel. Yes, we're getting bombed, but the people are saying, keep it up. Do what you have to do to remove the threat. One or another, that threat has to be removed.
U.S. aid is less than 4% of Israel's GDP. Then why do they keep asking us for so much aid? Why is it always on us to help them? If we're only 4% of their aid and we're not this big impact, why are they...
Wouldn't even say aid. I mean, there's a lot of money going, like, being donated.
Constantly doing this and making these pleas.
Does that count towards their GDP?
The American people.
And President Trump said, Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. It cannot have enrichment. He's absolutely right. That result has to be assured. And we're working together to assure it. America, by giving us the means of defense, we, by doing what we have to do to remove those twin threats to our existence. We're very, very resolute about it. The people are resolute, and I call this operation, this historic operation, Rising Lion, because it said in the Torah.
I like when he says it, he gets a little smile on his face. He goes, Rising Lion. He smiles a little bit.
In our Bible.
He's like, I came up with that.
People should rise like lions.
I don't think that it's very good messaging. And like, it's like if you're making an argument that the enemy of your
been recording nothing for 5 minutes.
Are a bunch of crazy religious nut jobs, and then you go and bring up, by the way, the reason why we're naming our attack initiative on this country is because of our religious text. You know, like, I mean, guys, am I crazy on this one? I mean, let's be a little bit honest, okay? It's a little bit, you know, like, which one is it? Give me a second. And a religious warning. Yeah, it's just, yeah, pot meets kettle. Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of people see it. Give me 1 second. I use the bathroom.
I'm so mad. Ah! When did I start this? Hold on. I think I'm just gonna do Yama and then we'll rewatch that part because I gotta have it for the video. I think it was here. Okay, so that was. Were we? So it was like.
That's not going to happen. And of course, to continue the Jewish massacre of Israel for 2,000 years, and he did. I'm tasked with the doing, John. We're to you. We're not clear what that's what President Trump.
It was like right here.
The United States should not be involved in any way. Supporters of President Trump drop Israel troops on the ground, and of course, is
his threats.
And let me.
All right, we'll just come back right there. That sounds good. What is this? Did I already do that? How long is it? That's an hour. Okay. Go. 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 Go.
Finally, let me ask you one more thing. You mentioned the support of the American people. There are some prominent supporters of President Trump who say that the United States should not be involved at all. Let me give you, for example, Tucker Carlson, of course, has been close to President Trump for quite some time, speaks to him frequently. He said the United States should not at any level participate in war with Iran. No funding, no American weapons, no troops on the ground.
I have no problem selling Iran or selling Israel weapons. I do have a problem giving them weapons.
There is another option. Drop Israel, let them fight their own wars. What do you say to those supporters of President Trump, some of his supporters, who say the United States should not be involved in any way?
We're not just fighting our enemy, we're fighting your enemy. For God's sake, they chant, death to Israel, death to America. We're simply on their way. And this could reach America soon. I mean, to have these mad mullahs who are committed to destroy.
Oh, I muted my mic. Dang it. I gotta stop touching the bottom of it. Is this P2? Go for the supply drop. That's how I... It's been a long time with those prayer potions. I was like, which one? What do I want to drop? Do I want to drop this one? No, I'll drop the other one. I think I'll drop this one. Good night, morning, Miss Maven. Did you get your PC set up? I saw it, like... Wait, did I message you? I was like, that shit... Your PC looks insane. We have to play games. I already talked to Jalix and he said that he was 100% in. Like, he would play any game that we wanted to play. And by that, I mean, I haven't talked to him yet, but I'm sure... sure he'll be down. I'd have to have other people. Like, I don't... Like, if we were like, yo, let's go play, I don't know, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Yeah, I need... Whenever Xbox Game Pass, whenever those games start coming out, that's going to be awesome. That's going to be a lot of fun. Then it's just going to be like X amount of money a month to play a bunch of games with friends. I mean, it is that way now, but I meant like the all the games they just came out, or they just what do you call it? At the game show, the Xbox game show thing. All those games looked really, really, really good.
When I feel sad, I escape from my sins. Lately, music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to your head. The only way to keep it at a distance. That's when I listen.
Yeah, Jalek said that he'd be down. I think it'd be cool if we did me, Misbehaving, Jalix, and Nash. That'd be a fun Dragon Wild. Wait, Turtle, do you play other games? What games do you play? Oh, wait, I already know. Wait, don't you play? Wait, no, wait, that wasn't you. Just kidding. You play anything? Okay. Why did I just get out my? I just got out my burning claws and I was about to spec this. Why? I was about to spec him. Oh, I'd be down to play some Marvel Rivals. That would be a fun like game that we could all play together. Whenever we're not trying to do like survival stuff and blah. Just play a game. Yeah, I was thinking earlier today, I was like, your app would be nice to just post a bunch of freaking shorts to my channel, my other channel. Like all the new stuff that I'm doing, I'm going to start posting that on another channel and streaming, but I only get people to talk to me on this channel. So I like streaming on. Sorry. Oh, he switches tanks? I didn't know that. He's probably like, why did you do that? I thought it was funny. And it was. I'm not wrong. Ow. Mad about it. Love you. Wow, more supplies. Wow.
Yeah. Now you got me out in the deep. Feeling I'll be wrapped around that. When you burn me out like a cigarette. Yeah. Drifting in the city, no sleep. Don't know where we headed for next. Maybe we should get lost in the sweet escape. You tease me and you touch me. I'm going crazy about it. Keep saying that it's nothing. So tell me what to do. I'm losing all my cool. Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Got me breaking all my rules. It's only me and you. Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Yeah, tell me lies like you mind. Crazy out of town thoughts. We begin to sky high. So what? Hey, no rush. Hey, turn the lights out. Do you wanna level up? Baby, let me fill your cup. We'll be out of here. Do you wanna take it slow? Just let me know.
Excuse me.
And you touch me. I'm going crazy about it. Keep
Oh, on P3, why do I run all over the place? Like, in the last phase is, you're trying to, dodge everything. You're trying to basically dodge all the attacks and attack Yama. And pretty like the fastest way possible, and that's like the whole run around method, is you basically dodge all the attacks if you do it right and take no damage, and then you're also doing an attack every 4 ticks whenever you can, except at one part, then it's 5 ticks. But I got scared. I was like, yeah, what up, Toasty? Another supply drop? Oh, that's yours.
With the blitz, it's like a result of the Jewish and the people
on this country.
I don't remember. Okay, I'm just gonna start it here.
Decision to declare a Jewish state after 2,000 years, and he did. I'm tasked with the great mission of assuring the existence of the Jewish state, and we made that crucial decision in the nick of time. And of course, I think that we're successful because our brave pilots, our brave soldiers, our brave people, you know, under this blitz.
Well, they're successful because the U.S. gives them money and funds them. I mean, would Israel exist if the U.S. wasn't helping them? I don't think so. I mean, that's the main reason why they're successful.
The spirit of the blitz of the British during World War II. This is the spirit we have now in Israel. Yes, we're getting bombed, but the people are saying, keep it up, do what you have to do to remove the threat. One or another, that threat has to be removed.
U.S. aid is less than 4% of Israel's GDP. Then why do they keep asking us for so much aid? Why is it always on us to help them? If we're only 4% of their aid and we're not this big impact, why are they constantly doing this and making these pleas to the American people?
And President Trump said, Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. It cannot have enrichment. He's absolutely right. That result has to be assured, and we're working together to assure it. America, by giving us the means of defense, we, by doing what we have to do to remove those twin threats to our existence. We're very, very resolute about it. The people are resolute, and I call this operation, this historic operation, Rising Lion, because it said in the Torah, in our Bible, The people shall rise like lions.
I don't think that it's very good messaging. And like, it's like if you're making an argument that the enemy of yours are a bunch of crazy religious nut jobs, and then you go and bring up, by the way, the reason why we're naming our attack initiative on this country is because of our religious text. You know, like, I mean, guys, am I crazy on this one? I mean, let's be a little bit honest, okay? It's a little bit, you know, like, which one is it? Give me a second. And a religious warning. Yeah, it's just, yeah, pot meets kettle. Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of people see it. Give me 1 second. I use the bathroom. Israel has been a beneficiary of approximately $125 billion in U.S. aid. That seems like a lot of money. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
And they've risen like lions. And I can't tell you how proud I am of our people,
that's a whole lot.
Of our brave soldiers, and of our many friends around the world who know that what we're doing is right and important to safeguard the future of civilization against these barbarians.
And we are out of time, but very quickly.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Israel is one of the most developed and technologically military industrial complexes. America benefits a lot from it too. Great, well then they can fight Iran with it. Sounds good to me.
Tons of words. Wow. Big hit.
Thirst, come drop that.
Bro.
talk to you, but lately I've been doubting. Shawty went outside, grabbed a bottle and she downed it. I thought I lost my sense of pride, but recently I found it. Once again, now I'm back on the cycle. Walk inside the function thinking maybe I just might go. Me and your friends, really not that tight, ho. It's all good now, they all had a cycle.
You get the Hill Giant Club? Hell yeah. That's awesome. I'm going for the Soul Flame Horn. Or, I mean, any Oathplate piece would be awesome, but the only thing I'm missing is the Soul Flame Horn. Excuse me. Thank you. Mine shouldn't have. I don't know. Could have. But I didn't restart it. It's in the inferno where it belongs. Ah. Good thing you did that, because I wasn't paying attention. I just need to not bring food. I don't even know why I bring food. I guess we're flicking prayers. Gotta have a 12 kill trip, I guess. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna only bring prayer bushes. No more food ever. Boom, 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 bam. You did. Thank you. What's up, Stacey? Yo, Colt. I'm gonna die if I get this. Oh, 1 HP. Oh wait, you can't die by ghosts. Never mind. Oh, I have pizza. What am I talking about? I have pizza. We're good. I was like, I'm gonna die here, 100%. I mean, we can still go one more. I was like, I need more prayer though. 12 KC, that's not bad. That's not bad. One KC now. 1,237. Alright, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna take only prayer pots. That way I can be as degenerate as I want with my prayer pots and leave it on the whole time. I think I just bought like 500 and I'm already about to be out. That's wild. Pizza. I want pizza now. Do I have snacks? Do I have anything? Candy. Bro, I do the same thing, except it's not mayonnaise. I wanted to watch
a
this.
New challenge.
It's called
TikTok is out with a new challenge.
It's called a kick door challenge, where you kick a stranger's door.
Oh yeah, I heard about this because like you just run up to a stranger's door and kick it, and someone got shot doing it, and they wonder why he got shot. I don't know, bro. You come up and kick my door, you probably gonna get shot.
As you can, film it and flee the scene.
Social media is filled with videos.
Because I'm not gonna be like, oh, this dude's just kicking my door. And I'm gonna be like, this dude's trying to kick in my door and kill me.
Showing teens causing havoc.
It's very dangerous. I mean, had I shot through that front door, I don't know who would have got shot.
Rhonda Atkerson said someone kicked down her door around 5 a.m. this summer. Even though it happened in June, you could see a faint footprint left on the door.
A Conshohocken woman made her neighbors aware of what happened to her. She posted videos of juveniles kicking in the door to her home, causing damage.
Ring the door. Oh,
There it is.
jeez. Yeah.
And off they go.
One family says they've been targeted 18 times. Yes, 18 times. So now they're moving. The family captured some of the 18 incidents on their security.
Yeah, as I was saying, is that one dude died. But
Security camera.
I think he was like running off the porch or something, which is not
Their
good.
home in Chandler, Arizona.
18 times there.
I mean, but still, you run up and kick someone's door
Their house was
and you get shot. I have no sympathy for you.
targeted to the point that they didn't feel safe enough to live in their own home and they relocated.
Ding dong ditch is one thing, but kicking doors in is a whole different ballgame.
That is right. In an age where crime is basically allowed to run rampant in blue cities, people are on edge. But perhaps the worst crime about all this is it isn't funny. There's no humor to be had here. A trend similar to this happened a few years ago, and this variation was not only not funny, but also cringe.
On TikTok, a prank that began in college dorms to the beat of a Kesha song, hard kicks to someone's door. And it has spread to neighborhoods.
What could possibly go wrong?
He could have shot them. In a state where people have the right to protect their property, Captain Heck says it could end poorly.
And in the process
I bet it doesn't happen in Texas.
of doing that, they don't realize that they're committing a criminal act. And worse off, we're really worried that they're going to do it at the wrong house and they could get hurt.
No one wins if a child is shot through a door.
There are people out there who, they don't care that you're a 12-year-old kid.
Nah, bro. If you're coming and kicking my door, I'm going to think you're trying to kill me. And if I don't see you, if I don't see exactly who it is, bro, it's over. Because I'm not gonna let you kick down. I'm not gonna let you kick down the door and kill me. You're dead before you kick down the door. Oh yeah, no, the college dorms. If they would have kept it in just like college dorms, fuck it. You know what I mean? That's kind of harmless. But if you're kicking down the door to someone's house, bro, that's way different.
You can see this activity would be scary to a homeowner, and they might think it's a real home invasion.
Despite the justified criticism over this stupid challenge, it is still far better than the worst TikTok trend in history, dancing nurses.
That's wild. Are they trying to be funny? They're actually trying to be funny, though? I mean, good job. You did a good job at it. Good job. Made me laugh. Oh, no. I don't like that one.
I think the medical community will ever recover from this Titanic-level disaster. God help us all.
Didn't a doctor, like, lose his license over this or something? There was one dude who lost his license because he was doing it during surgery. I was like, I mean, shoot, probably shouldn't be doing that during surgery. Excuse me. Okay. I keep clicking. Why I do the fish and the prayer potion are friends. I think we got it if we don't hit zeros. Yes, sir. Yo, what up, Spencer? Easy, 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 easy. Got a porch. Another soldier. We're gonna be here for forever. We doing? I wanted to burn and call spec him at the very last tick. The very last hit. Fucker. I wasn't breaking. I think if I have to get out of cycle, I'm just gonna tell him. Using 500.
sad, I escape from my sins. Lately music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to the hell. The only way to keep it at a distance, that's when I listen. Music is the reason why I stay. A cheering melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason. The music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason. The music is the reason why I The music is the reason. I see the signs when I stay in my shell. As soon as I'm sad, I tend to build a fence. That's when I need tunes to keep on living, like someone's listening. I see the signs when I seek for the lights. I know it's bad when I forget myself. Lately music's been my self-reminder. Music is the reason why I stay. Melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason. The music is the reason why I stay. Don't you worry about a thing, oh no. Every day is just a brand new start. Just follow your heart. So many dreams are waiting for you. Sing, hey, it's okay. Tomorrow's gonna be a new day. It's okay. So live your life, live your way. Your way, your way. It's okay, it's okay. Gotta live it your way.
Things are always gonna get better. That's what I'll say. That's what I always think.
Hey you, I know sometimes things may seem unclear. Trust yourself and you will know, my dear.
But at the same time, they're not gonna get better unless you make them better. So it's also like a mental. There's so much shit in the world to experience. Also, if you're scared as fucking dying, that's a good thing too. I don't know. Actually, I'm just kidding. No, but I'm scared. Hell, this is the only place I know. Yo, dang it! I was had so much fun with that. Damn it! Alright, teleport, I think. Yeah, I got teleport. Motherfucker, dude. Ah! Can't be making jokes.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun, running, running, no, hold on, don't let go, running, running, no.
Hello, everyone.
This is your daily dose of internet. This dumb driver got mad at this biker for being in the correct lane.
Haktour! Haktour! Haktour!
Damn, bro. Did not make it.
This poor guy really thought he was getting orders from the police.
Put your hands in the air! Back down on your knees! What's your name? Jack?
This is how they train dogs to use their noses to smell for cancer. This particular dog is being trained to smell for breast cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer, and colon cancer. A big section of Toronto lost their power a few days ago, and this is what it looked like when it turned back on.
Back to life.
This baby sheepdog is scared of sheep. They were releasing this bird that got stuck on this person's chimney.
Yeah. This is our 10th bird in the last week. We've just got out. Here he is. Bird in the last week. We've just got out. Here he is. Yeah. This is our 10th bird in the last week. We've just got out. Here he is.
Damn, bro. How to make you breathe?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
She loves eating spicy foods, even if it means
God. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
She loves eating spicy foods, even if it means suffering through it.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Open it!
This DoorDash delivery bag was seen driving around in Miami.
What in this?
How did you see it? That is hilarious.
This cat does not approve of the use of black magic. This woman had a virtual court hearing and thought it'd be a good time to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
You just showed me a paper, Miss Outerbridge. That
Yes, I
said
did.
You,
Right.
Miss Outerbridge.
So when I called,
No, we can't talk at the same time.
well, I apologize for being late. You, excuse me.
Stop. Whatever you're trying to prepare down.
Bubby.
Bub. Oh my god, that is crazy. Bubby!
Are you gonna eat your fries?
You want some ice cream? That woke you up.
Can someone please tell me what kind of food this is?
Hell yeah. The oops.
You got the whole thing.
These thieves were trying to steal this guy's truck. I found this really old video.
I hate that, bro. I've done that. I've done that after I've like I've done that before and after I've cooked them.
I found this really old video of this delivery guy that was having the time of his life.
Yeah, boy.
Ow! You just.
I feel like car.
Oh wait, what?
Ow!
That's what my cat does. Just a little nibble.
I feel like car engines aren't supposed to move like this.
What? Bumbo clock. What again? Yo, nobody do it no more, dog.
So it's gonna land on that fire, yeah?
Go.
Ready?
You ain't got the speed, Timmy.
Wait. Give it time. Give it time. Wait. No, it's not. It's not.
This worker was showing off his amazing data entry skills. The worker says that he's been doing this for over 30 years and can type at over 80 words per minute.
Did you just do that?
Man.
He asked his son where his phone was and he claimed that he didn't know.
Man.
He asked his son where his phone was and he claimed that he didn't know.
Yeah, I couldn't find my phone, so I asked my son, hey, where's my phone? He talking about, I don't know. Boy.
Every single year, Brisbane, Australia has a pretty crazy plane show.
Okay. What did I do to work towards this mega rares? Raids. Pretty much, yeah. I would say that's like 90% of it. Okay, maybe not 90, but like a big chunk, like 70% maybe. I gotta stop sitting like this. I like bear all my weight onto my wrist. I like Yama. Yama's fun. That was a fun.
thirst, come drop that.
Blinding lights, lost in your eyes, feeling the pressure. You and I, spending the night, chasing forever. For you, oh no, I'd be your one and only. Don't let me go, don't leave me lonely. Say you'll stay through the pain, say you'll go running. Let me in through your veins, get off of my loving. Holding on to words that you said back in the beginning. All alone,
Guards.
my head, I'm feeling you shifting. For you, oh no, I'd be your one and only. Don't let me go, don't leave
How much burnt food, like, do I have in my bank? I don't know. I've been saving it for a while. Did it take to get me 99 cooking? You wanna buy it? You wanna buy my burnt?
Nothing.
like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking with my dough. Kind of voodoo shit, you know. You know, you won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when I cry. This stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. I go back to default. I go back to default. I go back to.
I gotta pee real quick.
Yeah, now you got me out in the deep. Feeling I'll be wrapped around your neck. When you burn me out like a cigarette. Yeah, drifting in the city, no sleep. Don't know where we headed for next. Maybe we should get lost in a sweet escape. You tease me and you touch me. I'm going crazy about it. Keep saying that it's nothing. So tell me what to do. I'm losing all my cool. Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Got me breaking all my rules. It's only me and you. Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Yeah, tell me lies like you mind. Crazy out of time flies. We begin to get high. So what? Hey, no rush. Hey, turn the lights out. Do you wanna level up? Baby, let me fill your cup before we out of here. Do you wanna take a show? Just tell me no. You tease me and you touch me. I'm going crazy about it. Keep saying that it's nothing. So tell me what to do. I'm losing all my cool. Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Got me breaking all my rules. It's only me and you. Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced. No debate, we could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Yo, it's some of that noodle. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. light it up. Represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up. Represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
I think we could be something so good. So good. So good. So good. I think we could be something so good.
Something so
Something so good. Something so good. I think we could be something so good. So good. So good. So good. I think we could be something so good.
something so
Something so something so good.
caught beneath the canvas of a burning sky, dodging embers of a world on fire. Yet there's still
Oh my gosh. I can't type.
they say stuck here.
I sent the wrong message to two. I sent the wrong message twice to the same person. I sent the. Yeah. What is this? Yama. Okay, let me give for. Any new news?
This is one thing that I find to be very surprising. This is one thing that I find to be very surprising is that while Iran is getting hits off on Israel, it seems that Israel is still making surgical, basically executions of Iranian officials. Like they're straight up killing the people running the show.
So we go to a Fox News alert. Israel says it has eliminated 4 senior intel officials, including the IRGC's head of intelligence. This is the Quds Force headquarters, we believe.
It comes as Iranian missile strikes kill at least 8 and
Jesus.
injured hundreds more as rocket fire rained down on central and northern Israel overnight.
Trey Yinks is live in Israel with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Overnight missiles rained down across Israel, killing at least 8 people, some of them slipping past missile defense systems at 5 different locations, destroying both apartment buildings and residential blocks. We got to one scene in the heart of Tel Aviv, just blocks away from the U.S. Embassy branch here, that was also damaged in that strike. And when we got there, first responders were...
It's been really surprising for me to see how many missiles go through and actually pierce the Iron Dome. I was really surprised to see it, because like all last year when this was happening, this almost never happened.
Rushing into the flames, trying to look for survivors in the rubble. We spoke with one man named Gal. Here's what he had to say.
When the missiles arrived, we were in the staircase in the building, and the shock was like so huge. I never saw even a piece of a rocket, and to see an explosion right in front of my face and my brother's face, crazy.
Holy shit.
A ballistic missile has just slammed into a building in the center of Tel Aviv. Right now, first responders are trying to put out the flames in the distance. You can see right now there are a variety of paramedics on the scene, police officers and soldiers.
Shit's still on
if you
fire
come over
even.
here, you'll see part of a collapsed building. They don't know if anyone is currently inside, but they are checking right now. The Iranians continue to launch waves and waves of ballistic missiles in this country. Overnight, we understand there were 65 missiles, and they were targeting a variety of locations. We could hear the explosions in Tel Aviv as some were intercepted overhead by Israel's advanced missile defense systems. The Israelis are striking back, taking out top intelligence officials from the Iranian regime, including the country's chief intelligence officer and his deputy. They also took out what they say are one...
So this is one thing that I find to be very surprising, is that while Iran is getting hits off on Israel, it seems that Israel is still making surgical, basically, executions of Iranian officials. Like, they're straight up killing the people running the show. Yeah, they're cherry picking them out. Absolutely. Iron Dome is built more to stop rocket attacks. ICBMs are a lot more difficult for the Iron Dome to intercept. That's why we're seeing a lot more strikes to get through. You could be right. I don't know a lot about it, so maybe I should look that up and see it for myself. But either way, I mean, from a layman's perspective, you know, like, and I'm not an expert on this, right? I'm not. But like, from a layman's perspective, it was shocking for me to see that. It was. Like, you know, better or for worse, I was like, wow, holy shit.
Third of the ballistic missile launching positions. Despite the fact the Israelis
today?
say they now have air
Last night.
superiority over the Iranian capital of Tehran, this is expected to continue for a number of days, if not weeks, as Israeli forces are trying to weaken the Iranian regime and target the country's nuclear facilities.
Layman's perspective, a lot more
Guys,
booms.
back to you.
Hey, Trey, would you say the number of ballistic missiles, rockets, and drones are leveling off from night after night after night? Because that's what Israel is banking on.
It seems like they're ramping up. I feel like every day, like in the evening, whenever this happens, I'm like, damn, there's more and more of it.
Locate the launchers. They're going to run out of rockets. They can't replenish, and they have no air defense. So is that happening?
Look, the Iranians appear to be preserving what missiles they have left. We spoke with a senior Israeli intelligence official over the weekend who indicated the assessment is that Iran has around 2,000 ballistic missiles. And the Israelis have been able to take out some of the stockpile. They've been able to target, like I said, a third of the launching positions. But this still gives Iran the capability to fire hundreds of ballistic missiles into this country. And that is why Israel is still in a state of emergency. The airport is closed, and they are bracing for challenging days ahead. Officials speaking with Fox News say there will be more casualties, there will be more destruction. And you see in the aftermath videos here, these are not like the rockets that came from Gaza or from southern Lebanon. These are missiles that can take out entire blocks in major cities like Tel Aviv. And from what we saw last night, and I was being very careful as we arrived on the scene less than an hour after the explosion, of describing where it was. But now we can report, because U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee came out publicly and said there was
Iran launched the first new wave of missiles right now. Okay, well, that means by the time this video is over, it's going to be about time for that to happen.
Damage to the U.S. Embassy branch here in Tel Aviv.
On that's accurate.
This is a residential area. It is packed with civilians, cafes, and restaurants. And when we got there, for blocks, you could see storefronts that were completely ripped apart, glass shards all over the street from windows that were blown out. And so to answer your question, the Iranians are preserving what supply they have left. They certainly are in a position where eventually they will run out of ballistic missiles, but Israel is certainly not out of the woods yet, and we can expect more Israeli strikes throughout the day.
Well, and it's also not, I mean, this is just totally ruling out that they don't get missiles from other places. I mean, didn't China say that they were going to give Iran missiles or like sell them missiles or something like that? I mean, I could see that happening for sure.
As they try to mitigate that risk of ballistic missile fire toward major cities like Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and the northern city
China
of Haifa.
and Pakistan?
So, Trey,
yeah.
I'm
that was
curious.
North Korea? That was another one.
These missiles that the Iranians are firing, do they have targets, or are they just shooting them out there? So the reason I ask this is because, number one, they're hitting civilians, and number two, when it comes to that embassy area that belongs to the United States.
Keep in mind that while Iran is hitting civilians, the amount of people killed, civilians killed, as far as I know, inside of these like rocket salvos back and forth, Iran has had way more people get killed. Way more. It's like a 10 to 1. I know it's about a 10 to 1.
That's where that missile was going to hit.
According to them. Yes, true. According to them.
Yes.
Good point.
They have precision-guided munitions, and they know broadly where they are firing these. And without getting into too many details about some of the targets that were hit, I can broadly tell you that the Iranians are going after military and civilian targets. Now, with that said, the Israelis are striking in a much more precise manner when they hit Iran. They go after military leadership. Certainly, civilians have been killed in Iran, but the focus of Israeli strikes,
I think that makes sense. I mean, Iran isn't trying to win over the hearts and the minds of the Israeli people. Whereas Israel still wants to maintain a good relationship with the Iranian people to the best of it that it can. And it's still trying to play this game like, oh, we're trying to liberate you. So, yeah, that's obviously. I mean, yeah, of course, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what they've, and by the way, that's what they've said, right? I mean, I'm not coming up with this, inventing this in my mind. They've said this themselves. Bad take? That's what they said. They said, so obviously, you are going to take more care to not kill civilians if you are afraid of alienating the other civilians there. Fucking duh. Obviously. They said this themselves.
Sea targets and its nuclear program linked targets, along with the country's ballistic missile program. When the Iranians fire these barrages of missiles, they're often hitting densely populated areas. And as we saw earlier in the day yesterday, at a different location that had been hit, the entire half of an apartment building collapsed after one of these missiles struck an area and killed 2 children, along with 2 adults, and many other people were injured. And just to give you a sense of the scene, because we often talk about the missiles and we talk about the ability to intercept them and how many are being fired by Iran, but the people that are paying the price, it's Israeli civilians. And when we arrived at that scene earlier...
Oh, and Iranian civilians, too. Like, it's both, but yeah.
The day yesterday, separately from where you saw that insert where I spoke with the wounded man, we saw a son...
I just want to pull this up so you guys can see this. Obviously, this is an AI summary, so it could be a little bit inaccurate or not completely true. But in the last week, how many Israel citizens have been killed by Iran and how many Iranian citizens have been killed by Israel? Reports that at least 24 Iranian deaths, at least 224. So it is almost a 10 to 1 ratio, with some sources citing up to 206. So 224 is a more conservative estimate. So you can see this, right? Iran has more people. It does have more people, absolutely. But I'm just at 406. Well, no. Some sources citing 406. At least, this is the certain amount. I'm comparing at least with at least. Is that not fair? You said, yeah, you said 206. Yeah, it probably went up, honestly, since the last time I saw it. So, yeah, there you go. You said, I said 206, not 406. Yeah, just dyslexia. My bad. But anyway, yeah, you can clearly see this. And so there have been a lot of Iranians that have been killed in this too.
And he was wearing a hospital gown because he had been taken from the rubble to a local hospital, and he demanded that the doctors and nurses release him, despite the fact that he was wounded because his father was still buried under the debris.
I remember seeing this.
And we brought you that story yesterday, but unfortunately his father was killed. His body was pulled from the rubble later in the day after we left that area.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday.
And it speaks to the people who are affected here. They are civilians. They're family members.
So you're literally contradicting yourself. Earlier you talk about how bad the Iron Dome is. Now you talk about how few civilians in Israel die. Which is it? Well, it's both, right? So it's actually really simple. You think that I'm contradicting myself because you're coming into this looking for a way. You're trying to misunderstand. You're not trying to understand what I'm saying. You're not taking a good faith effort in trying to figure out what's being discussed. You're coming at this from a perspective of accusing me of being a liar or a bad person. So let's get that out of the way. Next, I don't know, probably should ban that guy. But the difference is that, number one, people just said the Iron Dome is much better at shooting these slower missiles than these super fast hypersonic ones. So that's one. So I didn't know that. Obviously, it makes the Iron Dome look worse when that happens. Then on top of that, Israel having the Iron Dome that works some of the time is better than Iran having the fucking paper dome that works none of the time. And so, yes, obviously more missiles are probably getting through in Iran. And if they're attacking scientists, and these are people that are in residential areas, there's going to be a higher degree of civilian casualty. So I mean, these are not conflicting things. This is just multiple perspectives. It's not completely one-dimensional. Like, I don't like... I think that a lot of people have a really hard time processing or discussing anything that isn't completely one-dimensional, black and white. And I think that's the reason why you get so much pushback and animosity from people like that.
Israeli soldiers have been killed.
It's not that big of a deal.
In the Iranian response.
That's okay.
A few have been lightly wounded. Largely, we're talking about civilians. According to the Israelis, 24 of them have been killed since Friday night when the Israelis launched this campaign targeting the Iranian regime. And so as we move forward here, this is really important to talk about the distinction between the target list here for the Iranians and the Israelis. But we expect very difficult days ahead, given the fact that the missile defense system here is not perfect. And while they're able to shoot down a lot of the incoming fire, that also includes attack drones, these suicide Shahed drones that the Russians also use in their war against Ukraine. Their goal here is to overwhelm Israel's missile defense system. And we've been out here on this balcony reporting live as these missile defense systems are active over Tel Aviv. And we have watched as these missiles slam.
Well, yesterday I thought you were rather one-sided pro-Israel, but I realize you're pretty skeptical towards both sides now, which is great. I am one-sided towards Israel in the responses that they've made towards Hamas, because I think that Hamas is a disgusting terrorist organization that is full of people that are awful. They are religious extremists, they are oppressive, and they kill their own people. Iran is a different Iran is a totality of people, whereas Hamas is a terrorist organization specifically. So in terms of Israel versus Hamas, I think that very clearly Hamas are the bad guys. Israel isn't the good guys, but Hamas are worse. That being compared to Iran, I don't think that's the case. I think it's more nuanced than that. So that's the reason why, is that yesterday I was defending it because of that.
Into this city, and the destruction that they is oftentimes catastrophic.
And people saying Iran is worse, you're probably right. I mean, Iran is helping the groups like Hamas, but the difference is that people that are in Hamas, these are people that have willingly signed up to be part of a terrorist organization that kills people for disagreeing with them. Iranian citizens did not sign up to be Iranian citizens. That's spawn RNG. That's the difference. That's like saying all of the Palestinians are responsible for what Hamas says. That's not fair. In the same way, all Iranians are not responsible. Like, most Iranians don't even fucking support the government. That's the difference.
If you're standing outside, you don't even need to be hit by the missile. You could just be a few blocks away and be killed by the blast wave.
Huh. All right, so Trey,
That's why there's a
two questions
discrepancy.
for you. What's the
Hopefully
feel
that makes
there
sense.
in Israel? What are the people who live there, the residents, saying about this attack on Iran and vice versa? And also, what's the biggest fear? What is left? What should Israel and even America be scared of that is left in Iran? Is it more leaders? Is it the Ayatollah, the supreme leader? Is it Fordo, the nuclear site?
Yeah, look, the Iranians have two pieces of leverage left, and they're not relatively strong compared to what they had when you think back 2 years ago when their proxies were very active in the region, like Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza, or the Houthis in Yemen. These groups have been largely decimated by both the Israeli campaign and then in Yemen, partially the American campaign. So they don't have the proxies to respond. So they're relying on two things: the country's ballistic missile program.
Well, they have to respond directly with military action, which is different than what they had to do before, and they could act through proxies.
Limited. They can certainly cause damage, but eventually they will run out of missiles. And then they have the ability to ratchet up what's left of their nuclear program. Now, the Israelis have targeted two key facilities, the Natanz facility and the Isfahan facility. These are locations where the Iranians were, according to Israeli officials, pursuing ballistic missiles, but they were pursuing, more importantly, according to the Israelis, nuclear weapons. And they were enriching uranium up to 60% purity, very close to weapons-grade material. And that is one of three reasons the Israelis...
And as a frame of reference for that, the level that they were supposed to enrich it to was like 3.5%. So it's not like, oh, you were at 55 and, you know, you were supposed to be at 53. No, you're at 60% and you were supposed to be at 3%. Wasn't it 20%? There's 20% for some instances, but the thing that Iran was being graded off was 3.5. And even at 20%, I mean, 3 times as much.
Say they launched this campaign. The big X factor here is the Fordow facility. This is their main facility. It is deep underground. And according to initial reports and officials that we've talked to over the past almost decade here, they say they don't have all of the munitions needed. Now, we should note, overnight, there was some movement of American interest in American planes to the region. There are real questions, and when you ask about Israeli civilians and officials, this is the question that everyone has. Will the Americans get more directly involved? I spoke with a very high-ranking Israeli intelligence official.
This is the important part. This is what matters for me as an American. Are we getting involved? Okay, here we go.
Over the weekend, we had an extensive 30-minute conversation, and we got into the details of this. He stopped short at talking about what the American support looks like. He said right now he can tell me the Americans are helping to shoot down these incoming ballistic missiles.
Sure, which
and
I'm
I said,
fine
well,
with that.
in terms of military activity, what does that look like? Are you encouraging the Americans to get involved? And he stopped, he paused, and he said, I can tell you the Americans are not our colleagues. They are our friends. We would not be as successful as we are if we did not have the support of the Trump administration. But he didn't want to go into the details about possible American involvement in striking the Iranian regime. It is certainly possible, and when we talk to people in the streets, they're encouraging it. They want this to be over as quickly as possible, and they know that American involvement could lead to that. And so in the days ahead, we will look out to see if there is more movement of American forces in the region.
I think there's a good chance that a lot of the, like, maybe Israel doesn't understand that. I don't think that they realize how fatigued Americans are with wars in the Middle East. And I think that, like, ever since October 7th and all of the counterattacks and the focus on Palestine, like, Israel stocks are at an all-time low right now. There's not a lot of people that are big fans of Israel right now. And so I think this is, like, the worst time possible to ask, like, the average, to try to, like, leverage the goodwill of the American public in your favor.
To prep for a possible strike. But one thing that we should note here, the Iranians have stopped short of doing one other thing that they can do. They have not directly targeted American bases in the region, and they've not targeted embassies in the region, like the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. This is important because it's a tactical decision on their part. They don't want the Americans involved. But we've heard President Trump...
No, of course not. If they attack the American embassy, then yeah, the U.S. would probably... If they killed people, I think that there would be a good chance that a lot of Americans would be okay with us attacking back. But I still think even if they killed Americans, a lot of Americans would probably say, well, we shouldn't have been there in the first place. It could have been a false flag by Israel. Let's just get the fuck out of the Middle East and let them deal with it. Like, I think that both of these I don't know which one will win out. I'm not sure. But I can see both of them being very popular. It would have to be very blatant. Yeah. And I think that majority of people will see it as a false flag.
Trump, and he said just yesterday, sometimes you have to let them fight it out. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Fight it out.
But, Trey, for the most part, the nuclear plants, they hit all four of them, but it looks like Natanz and Fordo, nobody thinks that they've been disabled yet. The IAEA weighed in and said from their monitors in Vienna,
it's like they're in the
they
mountain,
think they're
right?
still
One of
intact.
them is.
So you could never stop this operation if your objective is to get rid of their nuclear program now. It's not done.
It's certainly not done if their objective is to destroy the country's nuclear program. The IAEA came out today and said they didn't have any evidence of material that was leaking. That is one thing that they monitor in the region. It's just part of their job here in the Middle East. But the other thing is that when you think about these facilities, many of them are deep underground. And again, this is the leverage that the regime still has left. They can say, we're going to pull out of the current treaty that they're a part of to have oversight for their nuclear program. At this point, a lot of this conversation about leverage at the negotiating table is quite frankly irrelevant because there's a war happening between Israel and Iran right now. Now, the Trump administration, including the president, has been clear they'd like Iran to come back to the negotiating table, but Israeli officials say they're not done. They have many targets they still want to hit. Iran is a very large country. The regime has been preparing for this possibility of a direct war with Israel for decades. And so the job will likely continue from an Israeli perspective. As for the country's nuclear program, the question is, as the Israelis continue to hit Iran, and if the Americans get more directly involved, will the regime say, look, we want to come back to the table and we want to have an agreement? They were supposed to have a
I think there's a chance that they will come back to the table eventually if you just keep killing the officials. Eventually they will because they're going to want to stop being killed. Yeah, I mean, straight up, if you just keep killing them over and over and over, that will work. Who? The people that don't want to die. Good luck with that. I guarantee you it works. Iran can fight for years. Yep. And then eventually they'll stop. Israel said no negotiations. Israel doesn't have resource for a prolonged country-to-country conflict. So Israel doesn't want to show up like the underdog? Well, I'm talking about, like, I mean, really, it's very obvious that America is sanctioning I think that they are at least allowing these things to happen. And as I said, I think it's no coincidence that this stuff happened a day after the 60-day window to negotiate with America was over. Seemed pretty obvious to me that's what's going on, right? It's extremely obvious? Yeah, exactly. I'm in Iran, and we're rising and celebrating the destruction of the destruction for TV. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people in Iran that feel that way, definitely.
Round of nuclear talks just yesterday, and of course those were canceled as a result of this conflict.
Trey, great job. You were just on a few hours ago reporting live from a bomb scene. Thanks.
Great information.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any way we should have talks now. You had your chance for talks. You can't. Now you're going to talk to try to preserve.
You have to preserve the talks. They can't have the talks. They have to. That's the only way that you can solve this. There's two ways for this to end. The regime gets overthrown, or you talk with them and you establish a trade deal, and you gradually de-escalate this over the next 30 years. Those are the two outcomes. As far as I know, nothing else happens.
Your nuclear program? So what? We can remove sanctions? You can't take them seriously.
I think
they want to change the regime.
Wants to give peace a chance, especially when you talk about the escalation where the supreme leader could be taken out, and then that starts a whole religious war because Iran wants to unite the Muslim world. And I think if you take out the supreme leader, that happens. So he wants to give him one more shot. Do you want peace? Or it can escalate.
Yeah, he wants de-escalation right now. He wants a deal. He says he does foresee that.
Well, I mean, it's another Trump mafia tactic. This is the same thing he did with the Taliban, or like whoever the fuck it was. He says, okay, well, you know, if you attack any Americans, here's your house. I'm going to bomb your house and kill your family. And then there weren't any more attacks. That's it. And so it's another Trump mafia tactic. And that's what he does. And by the way, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, yeah, wouldn't you want somebody doing that for you? And so if this is your leader, you'd want that. And so why Taliban win? Well, I mean, they didn't win. We just simply stopped being involved. That's it. And it's effective for sure. It is. And it's a power play. It is. But like you lose that power play if you've already blown up the house. You see what I'm saying? And so that's the reason why they're not killing the main leader. Because if you already did that, then you have no collateral. People don't have anything to lose. Biggest attack on Israel yet incoming. Is it happening now?
Deal will be done, and he will help negotiate that just like he did with India and Pakistan. But we could take out their gas infrastructure if they go after American troops or they go after us.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah, I mean, like, I not yet. Probably in 1 to 2 hours. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, like, if they keep killing officials, eventually they will make Iran come to the table because a lot of the officials will be tired of being killed. That's just straight up what I think is going to happen. Like, they will. I mean, like, eventually they're going to be tired of dying. It's naive. Okay. I'm telling you, it's like, think about it like this. If you are an Iranian official and you're making these decisions and you see people every single day that are getting killed all around you, eventually the people that are still in charge are going to say, guys, we've had enough. They are. They're going to stop. They're going to stop. Eventually, they're going to stop. And if they don't stop, then the next wave of them will stop. And if they don't stop, then the next wave of them will stop. And then eventually you will get to a wave of them that stops it. Hitler didn't. Hitler killed himself. And there aren't that many officials left. Assets are going to be destroyed until they surrender to the table. Eventually, they'll want to survive. Yeah, people will eventually want to survive. A lot of extremism and things like this. Extremism, yes, it's very strong, but people's self-preservation is the strongest thing. And everybody is like, oh, yeah, we're going to be a martyr. This sounds great, until everybody else around you is getting killed and being martyred constantly. And you're going to have some people that think, you know what? Maybe I don't want to be a martyr yet. Come on. Think about it. Like, and by the way, I think this is what's going to happen. I could be wrong, but let's wait and see what happens. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. That's my guess.
Okay, with that, we bring in retired Vice Admiral Kevin Donegan, served as commander of.
Okay, we're going to bed. Thank you guys so much for watching. You're all awesome, busy, loving it, super cool. And I will see you guys tomorrow for some more news and RuneScape and stuff. Yeah. Good night, Turtle. Peace out.